Hi there, how's everybody doing? Everyone see and hear me okay? Let's see, let's make sure everything's working here first and foremost. Yep, hearing everything? Perfect. That's good to hear. Good to know. Also, welcome. Thanks for coming and hanging out a little bit. Happy Pride Month, everybody. It's finally the time to be gay. I mean, every time's the time to be gay, but we can celebrate it. So, I'm just going to get to work. We are going to be working a little bit on some of our... Did you miss this, Sorka? I got this working yesterday. I managed to stay up all night the night before and just work on stuff, and I managed to get this working. It's nothing super special, it's just a PNG tuber. But yeah, that's me. That's me up there in the corner, right there. That's fair. It happens. Glad you're here today. We are going to be doing mostly working on merchandising stuff. I've got a lot of stuff to prep for this event, so we are going to be really hanging out and just getting some painting done to start. And then we may work on some other stuff, some of our choker necklaces, and then maybe even some more of our infinity collars or infinity cuffs. That's at least the goal right now. Let's see here. Get all set up here. So yeah, we're gonna do a little bit of painting. I've got some flags to pull up. I think we're gonna start with our agender flag. Last time we worked on our aromantic flag. So this time around we are going to start working on our agender, which should be some good stuff. Pretty simple, but let me get those colors pulled out here. Okay. I don't want that light green again. Double check here. So we're going to want a really light green, a white, a light gray, and so there's my white, my light green, white, black, and my light gray. All right. Let's move some cameras around here. Get everything situated how we want it. Let's see here. We're gonna go like that for now. This should be a good angle to work with to start. Now the thing I forgot to grab. Hi Zaris. Thanks for saying hi. I really appreciate it. We are just getting settled and getting ready so we can do some painting. And I realized that I did not grab my drop cloth. So we are going to use one of my old mats here. This mat has been very beaten up, so we should be fine. We get a little paint on it, I'm not super concerned.
Needs you to hydrate.
Okay, I'll hydrate. Let's see, today's cup, we are rocking a Halloween cup. So Yeah. Hi, Lexi. Got a little water. Grab my mouse here so I can actually, check on chat as we go. Making, drinkies, and cleaning. That's a good way to do it. You finish your cleaning and you're already kind of plastered. It's perfect. Let's see. So this is, we need our other one. We need these flags today. Set those aside. Let's see. I want to make sure that we are... Hey, Zaris, hold on. Wait a second. Rude. Also gonna turn that up a little bit. I guess I'm a pretty bird. Sure. Okay. Give these a bit of a shake here as we get started. Alright. I think, is this gonna be good? Turn this just a little bit more here. Probably switch this over to our main camera, because this will be a slightly better angle here. Let's see. Down to a 70. That should work for now. Nice and visible there. So we are going to grab our paintbrush here and get started. Let's see. What's going to be my best brush for this? Probably not that one. That's going to be a little too big. Let's grab... Who are you? We'll start off with this brush here. We're just gonna start getting going. It's doubled up. Okay, good to know. Thank you. Let's see here. Mark is doubled up. Oh, you know what? It is picking up from my workbench. Alright, for now, I'm going to turn that off then. We'll see. That should help. Thanks, Lexi. That sound a little bit better? Fingers crossed it does. It helped. Good. All right. We're just gonna be painting some flags for a little bit. Super, super low key for now. Yeah, no, thank you for Two-Door Cinema Club. I don't know if I could do that one. But thanks for letting me know about the mic issue. I try to get all this stuff worked out before stream starts, but you know, doesn't always quite work out perfectly. Well, I appreciate you being here. Whether or not you like me, I really just appreciate having the company. This is work for me that I just need to get done, and I'm happy to share it and to chat while I work. Body doubling is great. It's so great. Helps me get shit done. Alright. Our first coat of our first line on here. This green is always a bit of a hassle. Might need to do a second coat, but we'll see. Put that one aside for now. Alexi, I hope you've been doing well. Hope it's not too hot up there. Down here it's a little warm today. And since this workroom does not have AC, I'm just kind of sweating it out. They don't call it a leather sweatshop for nothing. I'm just happy right now I'm staying inside the lines. Tomorrow's gonna be 80 where you're at. Oh, you're working on packing for your move? Look, it's like 85 down here today or something. It's on the warmer side right now. And this workshop does not vent air very well or move it around at all. So I feel like it gets warmer in here. Not that I can, bitch too much about it, because I feel like I've got a pretty good setup for stuff now, and I really, really can't complain. I can handle a little bit of heat if it means I get to do all of this crafting super easily. Let's see here. Got green stripes. I got one more to go on this. Let's see if we need to add any more coats here before we move on to the next color. I think for the most part we should be okay. There's probably just a couple touch-up spots. This green is just a little bit watery. There we go. That around, see if I can't just get that little edge here. Nice even coat right up to the line. There we go. That looks better. Painting in the lines is a border collie trait? But I'm a burb. What does that mean? Alright. Nice coat on here. Don't worry about it too much. That's fair. I want these to look really nice, so I'm going to try to stay in the lines. But at the end of the day, yeah, it's not too big of a worry. I can always go back over with another coat and straighten things up. Or I guess in this case, gay things up a little bit. And then, if nothing else, I just either restart or I find a way to use it anyway. I was just thinking it might be fun to try doing one of these flags where I specifically don't stay in the lines. Just kind of see how it turns out. Kind of make it super messy on purpose. Alright. That's our greens. Just a little bit of a touch up in certain areas. Make sure that none of that original leather color is kind of sticking through. Go. Thanks, Lexi. I am getting excited for this market. I'm actually really excited most to work on the infinity cuffs that we worked on last week. So this right here, I got a new set of rings to work with, and I want to see how they work out. I went ahead and put one on the test piece that we made, and I'll show y'all in a little bit kind of what it does and how it's different. But it's going to be really cool. I think it's one of those that's going to be a really kind of nice like touch and feature, and I'm hoping that it works really well, because if so, I think it'd be a really good product, and I'm excited to be able to bring it to the market. Don't hurt yourself. Definitely motivate yourself, but don't hurt yourself in the process. That's not allowed. Also, you mentioned you're moving. You don't have to give me many details, but feel free to text me or message me later. When's the move? Right, there we go. I think our greens are looking good here. I'd say they look pretty decent. Okay, let's clean off our brush real fast. End of the month makes sense. That's fair. I hope it goes really, really smoothly and is not a headache, because I know moves certainly can be sometimes. All right, our next one is going to be our whites. It's going to be a headache. I'm sorry. Okay. Let's see. Make sure that our leather's cleaned up here. Ready for our paint. And we're just gonna go for it. White's probably gonna need 2 coats here. Maybe a third, we'll see. Focus on smaller, light, even coats if we can help it. We can make it brighter later on. Let's actually switch over here. Like that. Might be a little bit better to view, a little easier to work on. There we go. Push that a little bit closer for me. I think it's coming along okay. Oh, that's good. I'm glad you're going to have some help. That's always makes moving easier. Even if I tend to dread helping move these days. I'm glad you got someone. Also, update on this music, I went ahead and made my own playlist, one that doesn't have a random Willie Nelson song just stuck into it. I really feel like that was a poison pill in the playlist, and it got me multiple times. So we have our own playlist now, mostly of the same sort of music. A few different songs and tracks, but definitely no more odd Willie Nelson tracks. Ari's gonna help too. Okay, that's good. Glad you got some good helpers then. That's important. Another light coat on this white here on both sides. And we'll move on to the next flag that's ready for white. There we go. Perfect. Not sure how I'm going to be feeling after the end of working on everything tonight, but if I've got the energy, I'm planning on winding down by throwing on some of the Bear and Breakfast, which is the game we played this past weekend. It was a lot of fun, and we're finally far enough into the game that I feel like I can actually focus on the little cafe or bed and breakfast builder side of things. And so I definitely want to play some more of that. So if we have the time, and if I have the energy at the end, I'm definitely going to want to throw it on here before we kind of wrap up for the night. But we got a fair bit to cover here, so like I said, I'm not sure if we're going to have time tonight, or if I'm going to have energy by the time we do finish up with everything. I'm going to try to. That was really, really smart here. I would pause after finishing the white on these flags and double check to see if the other flags that I need to do have white that can be painted as well. So that might be a good way.
Bird up!
Ah! Bird up! Holy smokes, you got it! Lexi's 100% burb. Congrats, Lexi. You've been VIP'd on the channel. You have a fancy new badge. And you're a bird. Sorry. I know that's not your species, but you're a bird now. You don't really have a choice anymore. Welcome to the club. Sorga, that's a pretty low burp score. You might have to keep trying there. Go. It's not 0, so that's good. Yes, Lexi, accept your fate. You are bird. All the colors that I chose for this particular flag, you know, specifically the agender colors, all happen to be colors that just they're just very watery for me today. They don't want to go on super smoothly or super evenly. Hope everyone's having a good time. Hope the music is the right volume. And I'm not like too loud or too quiet or anything. Also, hopefully the fan in the background is not too bad. The humidity is humid. I have my window open because I don't have any air conditioning in here, so it's just my box fan. Which means I've got all the humidity that the Pacific Northwest has to offer. Which I'm sure is not helping this process, but what can you do? It's an acrylic. It should be able to handle at least some humidity. That's not how leather paint works. That's fair. I am not knowledgeable enough in paints to know what fully affects them. I just put the paints on the piece of leather. And sometimes I only do that semi-okay. Although we are staying in the line, so I am pleased about that today. Let's see here. Let's see if I can't just drop a little drop here. We're gonna make a big mess. I can almost guarantee it. But yep, there we go. conveniently, it's behind the camera, the picture-in-picture, so y'all can't see the drop that I spilled. So we'll call that a win. That's fair. I hadn't thought about it like that, but that makes a lot of sense, Star. Acrylic paints definitely do have water in them. You can rehydrate them if I let them dry out, which is nice. At least to an extent. I found that there is a limit in that, and it's usually a few days, but generally it works pretty well. So if I've got like a mixed color or something, I can leave it in the little mixing dish and then come back and just add a little bit of water, usually a day later or so, and still have the same mixed color. Some good progress on these flags here. I'm excited to add a new set of flags to my store and to have them for vending in the market this month. When we get to it, my hope is actually to get some new flags put together. We start getting them engraved and cut out, that we can paint them later. So we have a whole collection of flags already, and I love adding new ones to the mix. I think this new batch is going to have some fun ones too. So all right, that is just about does it for the whites on this flag here. We'll go back and do some extra coats. I am going to check and see if my other one, my gender fluid flag, does have a white strip. That's going to be these flags. And it is going to be the strip right here. So we are going to do that real fast. Frame. So it's not the center one. It's going to be just to the left here. I figure this gives one set of flags a better chance of drying before I move on and add more coats. And this will also mean that I can get through extra colors a little bit faster here. Quick flip. Just gonna get a nice first coat on this, and we'll move on. So right now, my hope is to get probably get some more trans flags going too. I've got enough of my flag cutouts here for that. The goal is to get our agender, our gender fluid, and our second batch of trans flags painted tonight, if possible. And we'll switch gears and work on some other leather stuff just a little bit later.
You fell victim to one of the classic blunders, the most famous of which is never get involved in a land war in Asia, but only slightly less well known is this: never go in against a Sicilian when death is on the line.
Okay, so first off, love that. I miss Princess Bride. I need to watch it again soon. Thank you for that, Victe. Second, I watched a really interesting video not too long ago that was looking at that, and it was trying to deduce what the poison was. So iocane powder is not a real poison, and this was a very fun, interesting conversation about what could it actually have been. What was iocane? And they went through a whole list of poisons. They went through a whole list of what could it be, and they settled on, they looked at venoms and different sort of things that it could have been, because the thought was, it's odorless, it's colorless, and it's, it'll kill you when it's ingested. Now, what's interesting is that building up a resistance to poisons is not as realistic as the movie makes it sound. You don't build up resistance to poison, not in a realistic light, and so they settled on it must be some form of venom, but they needed it to be a venom that wouldn't break down when it's ingested, because venoms have a habit of breaking down in stomach acid. But what they settled on, I forget the exact species. What they settled on was it was a type. I think it was a type of snake venom. And correct me if anyone's seen this video. I think it was a type of snake venom that you can powder. So the venom can be powdered, and the trick of the whole scene is not that. That in venoms you can build up a tolerance to venom in low doses. So the trick of the whole scene was that it wasn't when he wasn't poisoned when he drank the wine. He was actually poisoned when he inhaled the powdered iocane during the early part of that scene. Because it is most effective through the nasal cavity, or through those soft membranes, and would have worked if it absolutely must have been a neurotoxin of some kind. But it would have worked far more effectively that way. And so basically, he was dead before even drinking the drinks or playing the game. That's what I wanted to get out. But yeah, fun movie. Definitely need to watch it again. I really, really enjoy Princess Bride. It's a good one, and I haven't watched it in forever. Tempted to get one of my bigger brushes for the larger lines on this flag. Dread Pirate Robert strikes again. Absolutely. I don't know if it's big brain. I'm just parroting what I heard on a video. But I appreciate it. Definitely more of a bird brain, not a big brain. Okay. Let's put one for 3 of these flags here. One more done. Actually add the white. Let's see, will I drip again? Nope. Okay. You can actually add the white to our trans flag too, so we can actually start painting all 3 of our flags right now. What bird is the smartest bird by volume? Oh gosh. I know this is like a subtle attempt to do a compliment, I'm pretty sure. But if we were actually going to answer that question, it's probably the kakapo. Those birds are pretty dang smart. They're very mischievous New Zealand parrots. Look, I know a hidden compliment when I see one, and I'm not going to let that fly. I'm going to give you real bird facts instead. Wait, is it the kakapo or is it the, gosh, I actually don't think it's the kakapo. The kakapo is the ground-dwelling bird in New Zealand. What's the name of the other one? There's one that's notorious for ripping windshield wipers off of cars, and they live up in the mountains. And I don't remember their name. Hi, Esper. There we go, just a little bit more, probably more than anything, just even out the coat of paint we have here. There we go. All of the white on our gender fluid flags. Now we'll do our trans flag. Yeah, so there is a species, the Kia. I think they're the Kias, so Keas. They are notorious for being little rascals up in the mountains of New Zealand, and they are, in doing so and being rascals, they're also notorious for ripping the windshield wipers off of your car, and also all of the like rubber fittings around your windows and things like that. So they're just curious. They wanna use their beaks and explore the world, and they do that by being destructive. You know, as one does. But yeah, smartest bird by volume is probably the Kia. Kakapo, I don't think are supremely intelligent. You know, I could be wrong there, but they seem to be a little more of the oafish birds. You could market your skills in New Zealand. go to the ski resorts up there and just bring a handful of windshield wipers and be like, I'll replace your windshield wipers for like $45. There you go. New business venture. Take that and run with it. Or take the more adventurous route and try to chase off the Kias from the parking lots. That would also be just as fun, I think. Maybe a little more frustrating. Anyone want to help get Lexi over to New Zealand to start a windshield wiper replacement business? I hear it's the new and booming business trend. Alright, chat, I actually have a question for everybody here. I have no idea if any of you are ever interested in bird watching or birds in general, but if you are, or if you were, like would be interested, what bird do you want to see most? What's like your life list bird? Like something you haven't seen in life yet. Mine, to go ahead and answer, mine would probably be, I don't know, I have a few. I probably could pick one for every continent given enough time. Obviously, I really want to see a secretary bird. I have not actually seen one in real life yet, not even at a zoo, just through media. I would love to change that. I'd also love to see, what was I going to say? I think there's a few of like the Adelie penguins that would be really fun to see, like, you know, in their natural habitats, not just at a zoo. I went over the line there. It's a bummer. You want to see a griffin? Toucans would be a cool one. Toucan's also on my list. I have met a toucan before. They're lovely, lovely birds. But I want to see one in their natural habitat, not just in a zoo or in a like ambassador situation. As good as those are. A visa application? One more of these flags to go, and then we'll jump back over. Check our agender flag. See how the white's dried on those. And do the same for all the other ones we just painted. Star, that's a good one. It's a bummer Automod caught it. Blue-footed booby would be a fun one to see. I would absolutely love to see some blue-footed boobies. Also a pretty big fan of great tits. Some really nice hooters. There's a wide variety of birds that I like. Besides, it's Pride Month. That little heart on the little heart emblem on my chest there. That's a pan flag. I like all birds. And occasionally cookware. There we go. White stripes are done there. I can clean off my brush here. Drawing paint is kind of getting in the way. American woodcock, that's another one that I would love to see too. People on the East Coast, I keep seeing videos of them posting that bird like crossing the road or in parks and stuff. Neat. Bi, but inclusive bi, that's fair. Alright, these are looking pretty good. I don't think we're gonna need to do much of a second coat on this. Mostly just want to kind of patch a little bit. There's a few places where it looks like the leather's kind of showing through. I want to even those out a little bit. Go. Just go back through all of these, do the same thing. I mean, look, I like both flags. I think both flags are really pretty. But to me, you know, aside from just like the identification, I actually like the pan flag a lot. I like it a little more than the bi flag, personally. Mostly, I just like the CYMK printer ink. And the pan flag's got that. Alright, that one's looking pretty good. A little bit more in here. Go. Okay, those are all looking good. One more of these to double check. That road trip would be a lot of fun, Star. Definitely need to go out to the East Coast at some point. Lexi, you're supposed to clean house and then do your drinking. Or at the very least, just sip a little bit while you clean. There we go. Swing back over to our gender fluid. Dinner is important. Star makes a good point. You'll need to figure out something for dinner. But you know, like, keep the stream on while you figure it out. There we go. So, clarify, in this case, y'all are talking about PRs. Is PR public release or like public relations? Like, is this a product release or a public relation thing? Because I know, in my fields, I know them more as like public relations, but I've not been in the tech field, so... Pull request. Oh, even more fun. Completely different. Alrighty, so this should be the last white bit here for the gender fluid flags. There we go. Now back to our trans flags, and then we'll be done with our whites. I always love how these boot charms turn out. There's always a little part of me that's like, these things are worth so little money. You know, I only charge a few bucks for each one. They look great. I always love them. They look great, and I'm like, they're so cheap. Surely I can't make money off of them. And then I remember that the last vending event I went to, these single-handedly made the most money that I made in that of everything that I sold. So, gotta respect the boot charms. Hopefully, if you've ever bought one from me, yours are lasting nicely and still looking nice and bright. So I definitely want to make sure that I'm making quality stuff. Hopefully you'll get to wear them as pride. Baked potatoes is always a good meal choice. A screen printing setup for my boot charms. I don't know. That is a thought I have never had. I don't know if I could do that. I don't think so I think the acrylic, the leather acrylic that I use, and unfortunately it would need to be this acrylic because it's just designed for leather products. I think it would probably be too thick. I don't know if I could actually like water it down enough to do screen printing well, but it's a super fascinating idea. I feel like lining those up would be such a pain in the butt though. Alright, all of those are looking pretty good. I think we're just about done with our whites here. I have not made the bat-shaped charms yet. I need to. Those will be an easy one because I can just do some very minor painting on them. I just need to design them. And I just haven't had the time or energy to put into doing a digital design for them. Because it's going to take a little bit more than just drawing a few straight lines on a document. So I mean, it's something I could look into. I am all for trying new things. One of the things I want to do, give a try at some point, is I want to try dyeing leather with like wines and teas and other stuff. So that's definitely something I want to try. So I could easily, like, we could try doing a screen print. I'd be willing to give it a go. Okay. I'm gonna jump over to our light grays. That's our next color on these. For everyone who maybe didn't see, our ace flags came out really nice. I'm really pleased with how the colors turned out on these. Hopefully the camera picks them up nicely. Yeah, for the most part, aside from my knuckle. Yeah. Yeah, definitely be worth trying Sorka. And I could try to like 3D print a jig or make a jig. Let's see. Alright, this gray is looking pretty good. Going on a lot nicer than the green did, that's for sure. Nice even coats here. Let me try at least. There we go. I have never really played more than like a couple minutes of Final Fantasy, but I really like this theme. The Chocobo theme is good. Also, Chocobos are really good. Look, your cat's he's just figured out that he wants to be, you know, seen by everyone and everything, and see everyone and everything. And the mantle is just the best place to do that. He's willing to shoulder that burden for you. Just the tiniest line here. There we go. Okay. Next flag. Too fat for the mantle. I mean, I don't know. I feel like the mantle would be fine. He might be too big in general. Like, he's a big cat. So I could see him not fitting there, maybe. But he obviously thinks he can fit. Alright. This gray is going on so much more nicely. I see a couple places we can touch up, but otherwise, I think we're only going to need one coat for this. Maybe two. We'll see. There we go. Subjected to lap time. He's in lap jail? That's better than air jail, I guess, but... lap jail? Gira, get a good lawyer. You can fight this. More gray. I don't think my other two flags have a light gray in them, so this will be the only gray we do here. I myself am not Arrow or Ace or Agender, but I actually really like the color schemes of all of these flags. I love that, like, that bright green. It just looks good. Go. Another set of gray done. Too heavy for air jail, that's fair. He's a big cat. Air jail takes a lot of effort. looking good. I'm very pleased with how well I've been able to stay in the line so far. I know I'm going to jinx it just by saying it, but I think it's because I've already had caffeine today, and that is helping tremendously. The gay male, the new gay male flag is really good too. The colors are really nice. I love that they kind of like just kind of color switch the lesbian flag. It looks really, really nice. It's actually one of the flags that I will be engraving on our next run. I will be adding that color set and that flag to the boot charms before long. Alright, the grays are done. Let's see where we're at. What else do we have? We have the gender fluid, which doesn't have a light gray, and the trans doesn't have a light gray. So, I think we're done with light gray for now. I'm gonna clean our brush off here. Get our next set of colors. In this case, it's going to be black. We can use black on a few different things. And we'll need it for both the gender fluid and the agender flag. Hope everyone's evening is going really well. Hope the first day of Pride is going well. My day was pretty quiet. I just kind of tidied up a little bit, took some naps, job hunted, you know, the usual. And then panicked like 20 minutes before my stream because I was like, oh, I need to make sure I'm ready. And I had already started, but I kept getting distracted. So there was that. But we did it. We got there. Right up to the line here. Quiet and a little focused right here, trying not to get any of the black into our gray. There. Nap most of the day. Short work day. Short work days are nice. We love a good short work day. Just hanging out with the cat and playing Oblivion. That's a good evening. That's a solid evening right there. Oblivion is another one of those games I probably should play through at some point. Either that or Morrowind. I was introduced to Elder Scrolls with Skyrim, and I really haven't played any of the other Elder Scrolls games. Yeah, I've heard both are pretty fun. I heard they're wildly different in play, than Skyrim, but I'm frankly okay with that. It's more of a matter of, do I have the patience to sink that many hours into a game right now? And I'm not sure I do. I haven't done a whole lot of long-form gameplay in a very long time. The lines on this flag are so nerve-wracking. The black paint here feels really watery too. Kind of like the white and the green. So I'm so afraid I'm just going to kind of like spill over. I do not want to do that. This black's going to be really hard to cover if I do. Making progress though. We got 2 more after this one for the agender flag. Then jump over to our gender fluid and our trans flag, and we're going to finish those up. And while these dry, we'll work on someone else. A few different things. I think we need to finish a couple of our chokers. We've got them all burnished, or at least mostly put together. I'm going to need to burnish a couple of these on the edges, but these are going to be a little bit different. They're not the same as the ones that we put together. These I'm actually going to do a lace on the edge, so it should look pretty fun. Give it kind of a like a maid vibe, which I think is a good option for a kink-friendly fair vending space that I'm going to. And if they turn out good, I might try to make a set of cuffs that match. Or eventually just a whole set. We'll see. I could do a whole set of cuffs and a full collar instead of just a choker, which would also be good. For now, though, I'm going to keep working on our flags here. I also have a collar that has been in frame this whole almost this whole time on the table. Okay, a Baja Blast set would be great. That we might have to go down that rabbit hole at some point. If y'all don't know or haven't seen, I did make a Baja Blast potion bottle holder last year. That was by far one of my favorites. And I would love to do some more Baja Blast inspired leather goods, because it's really fun. Cannabis Rex, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Thanks for jumping in and hanging out. Some good agender flags coming up here. Finish the last one of this set, and we'll switch over to our gender fluids. Panda. Hope you're having a good night. Right. What I really need to do is I need to go through at some point, and I've got photos of most of these, and I'll take more when we finish these up. But I really need to go through and take photos of all of these on an actual like set of boots. I just need to lace up a couple of my boots and take photos of them that way, because that'd be a lot of fun. Alright, let's see, that's our agender flags. Let's switch over to our gender fluid. Oh, that's frustrating. Okay, so our black on our gender fluid is actually this line right here. And I'm kind of tempted, as much as I want to kind of keep using the same color, I think we're gonna swap, because I don't like having an unpainted centerpiece. I've learned from doing enough of these boot charms that that center is really better to fill in early, so you're not having to like hold it weird or like try to finagle it with your hand. So I think we're gonna switch. Yeah, boot charms. So we have a whole bunch of them, or I'm making a whole bunch of them. Some I made earlier this year or last year, and then we are just updating our collection for Pride Month right now. Let's see, probably swing this over for a moment. Here's a whole bunch, you can see a few of them there. All up and down. So yeah, just kind of refilling my stock here. Back set where we should be. Now our gender fluid, we want something like a really nice vibrant purple for that middle. We have that. We also have this neon like paradise purple that I haven't used before. Kind of eager to try. I might grab a piece of scrap leather here and see how they look next to each other. My concern is that the neon, I think, is the better color choice, but I'm a little worried how it's going to look next to non-neon colors. So we're going to try. We're going to see. Okay, the easy applicator here. To be honest, from the color I'm looking at on the website that I'm looking at for flag colors, that neon is almost perfect. The other purple is a much cooler tone, so I think it would work. It's going to dry more like this, and I think for our gender fluid flag, we really want that kind of brighter purple. really should do is, I should have loaded up a bunch of different flags and shown them on screen while I did this. But alas, I did not. So we are just gonna go with figuring it out. If you want to see a gender fluid flag, you can find it. I can try to see if I can pull one up here. But yeah, let me do that real fast, just to see. Flag. This is something I can definitely use in the future. It's just going to be a reference, little tab or bar that I can showcase this stuff at. Let's see. Image. This is a good opportunity for me to stretch a little bit too. I've been sitting for a little while. If you haven't gotten up and stretched, now is probably a good time for you to do it as well. Let's see. Save that. Let's see if I can't just pull this up here real fast.
Pixel Witch 25 needs you to hydrate.
Yeah, the Wii Shop absolutely works for the making merchandise stuff. I'm hydrating, I promise. It's right here. Look, Lexi, if it's distracting you, I'm sorry, but this music works for me. Alright, image. Flag. Okay. We are going to... This is probably going to cover the whole screen. Nope, it didn't. Okay, good. So, here's our flag. Here's what we're working on right now. I'm glad you like it still. Yeah, so we are just trying to pick out colors here. The main thing is, I'm looking for the purple in our gender fluid. And our purple seems to be, I'm leaning towards this really neon kind of purple. And I think it just matches better with the color over here. Let's see, right up next to each other. That's both purples. I think for that middle stripe, that neon works really well. So unless I get like a bunch of objections, I think we're gonna go with that. All right. Now we get to see how this paint paints. Early feelings. This does not paint great. I'm not thrilled with how this paints. I'm gonna have to do a lot of little coats here.
Highway Birdie, Birdie, Birdie. Have you heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV? With an expanded free trial which you can play through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Shadowbringers expansion up to level 80 for free with no restrictions on playtime. Also a puppy and cat deal. Love you.
Oh, chirp, 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 thank you. Yes, I have heard of Final Fantasy XIV. Thank you for reminding me, though. My attention span's not the greatest, so, I can see how you might think I'd forget. Also, love y'all, too. Let's see. I think this purple's coming along nicely. Yep, Esper, it was time. It was absolutely time. I shook this paint really, really well, and it just still does not feel like it's working well. I'm sure I'll get used to it, but I do think it's the right choice on color, at least. This looks pretty good. So many puppies in chat. I guess it is Pride Month. Be proud to be a puppy. It's one of the other flags that'll be laser engraved here soon. It's one that I've done before, but the pup play is definitely coming in. I'll be doing that one. And then I still need to design out the bear flag. But that'll be another one for sure. Since I'm vending up in Seattle this month, it'll be a perfect opportunity to add those to my repertoire. The other thing I love about doing this is I get to get much more familiar with all the different flags. And as someone who didn't get a chance to do that growing up, didn't really grow up or exist in a place where I could, learn more about this stuff, it's great that I can now. Yep, we love Lo-Fi Cantina. Yeah, Lexi, the uppy command is specifically for Saturn because she bullied me into making it. Puppy is for everybody. Everybody can use puppy. Oh my gosh. The Catman, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by the stream, and I hope you're having a good evening. To be honest, Lexi, they're the exact same commands. The only difference is one specifically says Saturn, and the other says any user who does it. Right. Yeah, I think this is turning out pretty good. looking over, they seem to be drying okay. We'll probably need to give one more coat on this purple, just for how kind of watery it is. But after that, we should be good. Got one more flag to do here after this one, for the purple at least. Then we can switch over to the black. Go. Have I made the buy flag yet? I have, although I do need to restock them. So my buy flag was actually really popular. So this is the last one but I'm going to be making some more because it's definitely a good favorite. People love them. I love it too. I'm slowly getting to a point where it's like I want to have every flag I can possibly have. Every puppy in chat is a good puppy. You're all good dogs. Except Lexi is also 100% bird because she got that earlier. So she's wrestling with that fact. Nice. Catman, that's great. I love seeing more members of the bi community. I generally started feeling like I was in the bi community, and lately have definitely been more identifying with pan myself. But I deeply respect and love the bi community, and definitely see the bi flag and the bi community get erased a lot. So I like to try to make sure there's some good representation wherever I'm able to. Yep, we got 100% burb earlier in the stream. Lexi managed to get it, so we have our first VIP member. Unfortunately, her persona is now a burb. That's just is what it is. No way around it. I kid, of course, but yeah, I'm glad somebody finally got it. All right, go back over these with just another quick coat here. Make sure we're getting a nice coverage. Forced burb for sure. Forced burb, everybody. That's my goal. And yes, I did draw your persona, but that was a while ago. You're burb now. You know? I'll clean my brush here, because I feel like I'm getting a little bit of black mixed in from our last one. I don't want that. Might just be drying a little bit darker, but seems like there might be a little bit of black in there, so we're going to try to cover that up with a more clean coat of this purple. Go. Just trying to make sure this is nice and smooth. There we are. It's roughly correct. Oh, no, that's fair. Glad we got the percentages right. I believe I still have a high quality of it. I can send it to you later, Lexi. I think email is going to butcher the quality as well, though, so I might have to, like, I don't know, Google Drive it or something, just to keep that high quality there. iMessage, I can probably do it over iMessage. It's just not on any of my Mac devices right now, so, you know, because I only have one. I'll have to transfer it over first. There we go. Alright, that's looking a little bit cleaner there. Yeah, those are looking pretty good. Time to walk a husky. Happy Pride, thanks for hanging out. I'll be around for a fair bit, so if you decide to come back, I'll probably still be doing some stuff. We just might be moved on from painting. Right. Black back out. So we'll do the next line of stuff here. Now we get to play, can I keep the darkest color in the lines so I don't have to do a bunch of corrections? The answer is probably going to be no. But we're off to a decent start. That's a pretty compact alcohol cabinet, Lexi. You fit it all in one box. Although to be fair, I think I can do that as well. I am not a big drinker. Go. So they're starting to look nice. I think next to the black and the white, that purple really pops nicely. Yeah, painting these boot charms definitely gives me like a much better appreciation for a lot of these flags. Is like just the tiniest little bit on this line. Oh, I got it. Okay, I'm proud of myself. After the event, you worked Went to a vineyard. Ooh, rosé is really lovely. I do like a good rosé. I'm very much a sweet or mixed drink, with the exception of whiskey. I will drink whiskey dry on occasion, although I do prefer like a sours or something. But otherwise, I tend to like Moscatos, I like mixed drinks, that sort of stuff. Alright, one more black stripe to go. There we go. And gratefully, black never really needs more than one coat. So we are done with that. Now we've just got a dark blue and our kind of shellish pink, maybe. It's not quite hot pink, so I don't think it is. Alright, make sure our brush is nice and clean here. It still has a can of slightly furry. Oh, well, we'll definitely pick that up when we get up there. Let's see here. Okay, our next set of colors. We are looking at blues. We're probably going a darker blue here. That one, do I have like an actual navy by chance? I think I do. These are definitely not that. I have another neon, but I think it's going to be too bright. So I think we're going to go with the darker. All right. Yeah, it's almost a purple blue. I agree with you on that. It's like almost more of like an indigo. And that's a harder color to reproduce here. This might be our first mix of the night. Just see what we can get. Let's see. Mixing spoons here. Grab my cleaner. Clean this up a little bit. This is from one of my last paints. I know it's mostly off screen right now, but it's just, I'm just kind of cleaning up both the spoon and this gray that we had. This is before I actually bought my light gray. Just gonna break this up a little bit, get the bottom nice and clean here. Then probably go rinse this out and we will try our hand at making a darker blue. There's two routes that I feel like we can go for this. The first one is going to be just adding a tiny drop of black to blue, which might work. But I'm a little concerned about making it too dark. Bear with me for water noises. The other option is actually adding a little bit of the purple that we have. That might work here, but I'm not really 100% sure. We might end up doing this 2 times while we kind of figure this out. Okay. Let's see here. All right, with our little mixing tray cleaned up here, I guess the first thing we can do is let's pour a little bit of blue in. What do you think? Should we start with purple? Because, like you said, it kind of looks a little more like a purple blue. And I don't think we need much. I think we just need maybe a drop in our mixture. Probably use the purple that we didn't use. So that kind of a darker purple here. This one. Always start with purple. And then add pink and call it puppy. Okay. We're just gonna add a drop. Here we go. If we need to add more, we can. Just clean off this little mixing spoon here real fast. Still got a little bit of dried on acrylic paint. It shouldn't rehydrate, it's super old at this point, but the less we can muddy the paint color, the better here. Here we go. Give this a little bit of a mix. Okay, definitely need a little more purple than that. Blue's pretty strong. Just a few more drops. Alright, we're darkening up a little bit. Get it all nice and as even as we can make it. Alright. How are we thinking here? Try to put it right next to the flag that we have. Come on, focus for me. Focus, not on my hand. That'll work a little bit better. There we are. Probably a little bit darker. I'm thinking maybe another drop of purple in here, and then we might actually need to do a little bit of black. But we're going to avoid that as much as possible. Little drops there. Always add a little bit more blue back in. Okay. I think we're getting pretty close. I'm trying to put it up right next to the flag we have on screen. Get rid of any glare that we have. I think we're pretty close. I think this is about where we want to be. Let's definitely a couple shades darker than the blue we started with. And I think it's going to work for us. Okay, the blue is going to go under our black line here. Push you up out of the way a little bit. All right, there we go. Worst case, if this is still a little bit off, you can always go back over it with corrected color. But I think coloring it next to our black is going to help us kind of decide if this is the right mix. Thanks to everyone hanging out with me tonight. This sort of stuff is always a little bit tedious to just do alone, so having people to chat with while we work is always nice. Let's see. Let's move this over a little bit. Try to get the glare off of it. My overhead lights are a little bit glary. I think that's pretty spot on, though. I think that's looking really good. All right, I'm just going to smooth this out a little bit. And then we will get the rest of them painted. The good news is the trans flag, I know I have all the colors I need. I don't need to mix anything, so we can jump right into that one once we finish this flag. Thanks, Esper. I think it's pretty too. It's a very pretty color of blue. It looks lovely on this flag. Fun fact, the gender fluid flag was the first flag that I identified with. Way back when my egg was still cracking. And I have several friends who still sit on the gender fluid side, and I appreciate them deeply for that. Hey now, Lexi. You know what else is really pretty? Birds of paradise. There's a bunch of those species. Does everybody have a favorite bird of paradise? If you don't, you should get one. Otherwise, I will assign a favorite to you. I already have one in mind. Wow. the pickup line, that was smooth. That was well done. But alas, Lexi, I think you're gonna get assigned a bird of paradise. I hope you know. All right, that's all of those. They're drying pretty well. I'm not sure they're gonna need a second coat on this one. I'm gonna go through just a hair, a couple places. It might be a little bit thinner. You just think of magic when you say bird of paradise. That's fair. Lexi, you can just pick a bird of paradise, and then I won't have to assign it to you. In fact, once I finish this blue, I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna pull up a picture, and I'm gonna put it where that flag is here in just a moment, and you're gonna see what bird of paradise you got assigned. This goes for everybody, so pick a bird of paradise. You don't have to say what it is, just pick one. Oh, don't worry, Esper, I'm a nerd too, if you can't tell. My special interests just tend to be birds. I don't know if you want me to assign you one, Lexi. I'm sure Victe and Saturn already know which one I'm about to pull up. There you are. Okay, let me save this image. We are going to save this. I'm going to edit our flag for a second. There you go. There's our friend. Mine's wax stamps and fancy inks and glass. That's really cool, actually. Calligraphy and like fancy pen ink. It's really sweet. Anyway, if you didn't choose a bird of paradise, this one has been assigned to you. This is the 12-wired bird of paradise, and I love this bird so much. This bird is perhaps one of the most ridiculous birds I've ever come across. I absolutely adore them. Okay, so our blues are done, our purples are done. I have left chat speechless. I'm assuming you're speechless because everybody here is just so in love with the bird that I picked. I mean, after all, it is your favorite bird of paradise now. All right, still need the white. With that in mind, though, let's jump back to our pride flag here so we can finish up. So the main thing we want to know is this pink for our gender fluid here. Is it same or roughly the same pink that we have on our trans flag? Come on. We can focus. I know we can. Here we are. Pretty close. Might be a little bit hotter as a pink. Let's see what I've got here. We do have our hot pink. let's see. Come on, can you focus for me? Too close. Alright, where's my little scrap piece of leather? Okay. Paint a little bit on here. I think this hot pink's actually going to work pretty well for us. It's a little bit darker than what I typically use for our trans flag. But when you add it to the leather, we're getting good light here. There we are. A little bit colder. Okay, so it might be somewhere in the middle of that. Let's paint some of our lighter. This is the same that I use for the trans flag. Slightly warmer than the hot pink. And honestly, we might be looking at a mix of these two. That's definitely a little too light. So yeah, I think we might be mixing these. Go rinse out our deep blue here. Hope everyone's still doing well, having a good evening. We're just about done with painting our flags for now. Once we finish that, we are going to work on some other stuff. Focus a little bit on our chokers that we've been working on. There we go. Okay. Now, once we dry this off, I'm gonna give a bit of a mix here. See if we can't make something really, really close to our final color for our gender fluid flag. I'm gonna mix some of our shell pink, or petal pink rather. Oh good, you definitely glad you're getting some food. In fact, I hope everybody's grabbing a snack or a drink. Alright. Just gonna put a drop or two in here, probably one drop for now. Okay. Lexi, did you see your assigned bird of paradise, or were you making dinner? Definitely gonna want a little more hot pink here. There we go. Oh, we're getting somewhere. Need to be shown again? Okay. Let me finish mixing up and making sure that this color kind of is where we want to be. And then we will go from there. And I'll show you the bird of paradise again. All right, hold from this side. Seems to focus better this way. We're getting there. Definitely still needs to be more on the hot side. Two more drops here. That's probably more like it. All right. On the right track. Come on, you want to do it. You can do it. There we go. Okay, one more time. Huh. We're pretty close. Honestly, almost need some like salmon. Like just the tiniest bit of like maybe an orange. But I'm not 100% sure. We're close. Technology and technology accessories is another good special interest. Honestly, I dabble in that one a fair bit too. One more drop here. See if this does it. Look, if I have the flag pulled up, which I do right now, I might as well try to get really close to it. Alright, let's see. Paint some of this on our leather here. See if the warm tones on the leather actually get us there. They're probably close enough. At this point, this is probably as close as we're gonna get. I don't have a salmon. It's one of the few colors that I don't have. Not light enough, in your opinion? I mean, we can lighten it a little bit more. So we're looking at those two colors right there. Yeah, it could lighten back up a little bit. So we've already got a pretty good match on the purple here. Obviously, it's not going to be exact. I know it keeps just focusing on my knuckle. Obviously, it's not going to be exact because my lighting is going to be different from the pure colors of the image. But I might try. We might mess this up. I might do just a hair. Red or would it be orange? I'm kind of torn on either one of those. Because I think it's a little bit brighter, but it's a little more on that warm, but I don't know if it's quite red warm. Other option. Let's see what we got. Could actually do a slight drop. Could do a slight drop of my Rio red, which is definitely going to be closer to that warm. And I kind of want to do that before I actually, before I try it over with like a red and a white or something. I'm also trying to not be so perfectionist that we get hung up on this forever. So let's see if I can't get a drop here. This is very almost salmon. I think we can tone it down with the pink that we already have. All right, let's see if that one little drop does anything. there. Might do one more. There. Okay. Yeah, if we're a little too dark, we could always just add a drop of white. See how that works. Let's see here. I think we're looking okay. I know, the Rio's really close, but I'm really hesitant to add any more. So I think I'm gonna try something here. Let's see. Go to a warmer tone of light. Let's see how our colors are looking. Something a little more neutral like that. Okay. We are pretty close. Just gonna try this because honestly, why not? Worst thing, I'll just rinse this out and we'll start over. And we'll do something a little more close to a base pink. Excess Rio off, mix it in. That might be pretty much there, at least as close as we're gonna get. Chat helps me mix paint. Let's jump back to my cooler tones. Honestly, I think we're pretty well there. And yeah, you might be right. I think a drop of white might get us there. So we're gonna do that. And if it doesn't quite get us there, this is where I'm at. I'm not doing any more. This is very close. I'm pretty pleased with it as it is. So there we go. One drop. All right. What are we thinking, chat? We're about as good as we're gonna get. I think we're still off by a shade. I just don't know if I have the capacity to mix like just that perfect mix. So it's what we're gonna go with. Put this back away. Don't need any more of this color. All right, and back to painting. Thanks for bearing with me on this fun little like color mixing adventure. Let's see how we go. There's also, with the added Rio red that we put in this, there's just the slightest chance that this might glow under a black light. Just this one color. Actually, the purple in the middle would also glow too. We're looking good here. Luckily, this is a nice thick pink too, so it seems to be seems like it might only be a one coat deal. I think that's pretty dang close, chat. I think we're about there. I think the subtle shade that I was off, I think the warmth, the slight yellow tone of the leather actually helped get it the rest of the way. Hold on, I will hold it up to the flag once I finish this one. So give me just a second. Smooth this out a little bit. Okay. Here it is. We are almost perfect at this point. Awesome. I'm glad I'm not alone in that sentiment. We got a good color here. There we go. One more to paint. Thank you. I think it turned out really good too. Thanks for, honestly, all of y'all's help in getting this kind of dialed in. All right. Getting there. A little bit more to go. There we go. All right, our gender fluid flags are finished, which means all we got left is our trans flag. And then we'll clean up our paints for a moment. I mean, for like the rest of the night. And we will work on doing some leather cutting, probably. I need to check and see what I've got planned for next. Set this to the side for now. That's what we're working on. Set it up over here so it can be seen. This is a lot easier because I have colors that generally are a perfect match, or at least as close as I am concerned about getting for this. So we've got our petal pink and our light blue here. Set that down. some trans pride flags. I guess I can also do this. Lexi, let me show you your assigned bird of paradise. Let's see here. Adjust this again. Be done with it. There you go. This little guy. Look at that. Beautiful 12-wired bird of paradise. I joke, of course, but I do actually love this guy. When I learned that this bird existed, I was dumbfounded. I truly believe someone out there should absolutely make a persona based off of this bird. I would be so excited to see that. Dinner is done. Good job. Pretty sure you're supposed to drink your alcohol, not ride it, but we riding, we riding. Change off of our beautiful and lovely bird of paradise here. As soon as I finish this stripe, I'll just pull the trans flag up. I'm not super worried about the color matching, mostly because I want to match the colors that I've already put down more than anything. If I remember to remind you, I will do my best. I have not been the best about remembering my own meds recently, so I get that. Okay. Let's see here. Go. Okay, take your Metamucil. This burb says take your meds. Alright, we are going to get back to painting here. Much as I love painting these, like I said it earlier, they take a lot of time. And usually this time during the painting process, I'm like, are they worth it? The answer is yes. I really do believe they are worth it every single time. But hand painting like this can be a little tedious. I have to kind of do these things in batches. I need enough to sit down and just force myself to get it done, but not so much that it feels like overwhelming. be a burb tavern wench, but you gotta pay your tab. Pay your tab, take your Metamucil. Speaking of tavern wenches, specifically the corsets that some of them wear, we are still trying to get to the extra 10 subs that you see up in the top corner. If we do, I am going to do an entire stream in one of my corsets. Specifically, we'll do an actual corset, not like my elastic, nice like comfy corsets, but one of my like actual structural ones. So we can force a burb to never shrimp again. It should be a lot of fun, and subscribing helps the channel grow, and also just helps me pay my bills, especially because I'm still out of work. I would love to get to a point where I could do this sort of thing full time, but I also recognize that leatherworking on live stream is probably not ever going to be the most popular thing to watch. So, any support I can get is better than nothing. And for everyone that's already watching and supporting, for everyone that followed or even just shared my stream with people, I really appreciate it. You guys have helped me grow way faster than I ever thought I would. I mean, the fact that I'm sitting at 66 followers right now is incredible, especially since I only started a few weeks ago. So I truly appreciate it. If nothing else, maybe consider subbing because it's my birthday this month. I have a lovely Pride Month birthday. All right, one more of the pinks here. And just got the blues to do, and then we can move on to some other stuff. Also, for the people who have stuck around, how are y'all feeling about the earlier stream time? Like the 5 p.m. instead of 7 p.m. I've been thinking about moving it up to this more permanently. I'm trying it out just a few days this week to see, because I think it might be a little bit easier for some people. At least I'm hoping that's the case. But, any feedback would be super great. You're off at 5. Well, that's good. I mean, it means it would work well with a 7 o'clock too. But I also know, some people are starting to get ready for bed by that point, especially people in other time zones. So, I'm trying to think that maybe earlier in the evening is not a bad option here. Done. Do early shift, Esper. That is super fair. I have done a lot of early shifts in my life. I used to have a job that had me doing starting a shift at 4:30 in the morning. It was great. If you're drunk, make sure you're drinking water too. pale blue. I thought that looked a little bit too dark. That's also super fair. You know, don't make yourself sick with water, but keep hydrating. I will say hi to Victe for you. Alright, let's see if this pale blue, which is definitely the better color here, see if I can hide my mistake. We're going to let that dry for a moment. That's looking a lot better. That is definitely the color I was looking for. Smooth this out just a little bit here. Here we go. So the mistake I made is the blue I was using, that I used on this side here, is just a little too dark. It is a light blue instead of a pale blue. So you'll see as I start to cover up my mistake a little bit here, that it is definitely a different shade. Light coat on this, we'll definitely have to go back over it. At least get the covering started here. Thankfully, this pale blue is not super watery or runny, so we should be able to get away with it without too many like coats on top. Here we go. Let that dry for a minute. I mean, I could grab a scraper if I needed to. I don't think I've ever tried scraping paint off of leather, though. A soft surface definitely makes, I feel like would make it far more difficult without, like, damaging the leather itself. I'd probably be best off just doing a thick coat of white as a primer again, and just repainting it. Gratefully, the pale blue here seems to have done the trick. I'm gonna let it dry, but I think it'll be fine. Yeah, it's a super pretty color. Honestly, I really like the colors of the trans flag. It's a really, really pretty flag. The meanings, of course, behind it are really important and pretty as well. But actually, just these shades are also just a very pretty set of colors. Everybody hoot! It's the Hoot song! I finally found it again. Ooh, ooh. I could probably get a set of these to you. Hoot, 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 hoot. Go. Alright, 2 more flags to go here. I'm really excited. One of the next flags that I'm gonna cut and get ready for paint is also gonna be the new poly flag, the new poly pride flag. And the new design looks really good. I like it so much better than the old one. There. A little more paint to go. There we go. Oh, actually I've got one more. It was hiding behind my hand. I mean, look. The pie symbol is fine. I don't hate it. But I'd be lying. I don't like this flag. It's just not my favorite. The new design looks so pretty. And I have a bunch of the pie flag, polycule flag. They don't sell. People don't get them. But I think the new poly pride flag will actually look a lot better. And I hope people enjoy it. Last line of blue, for real this time. There we go. Swing back over, just a little bit of a white spot here. Just gonna clean this up. There we go. Okay. That's our flags. Clean that up a little bit. We're gonna take a moment and kind of clean our space here. Switch gears, because the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to work on assembling the 2 chokers that I have. So we've got just a little bit of burnishing to do on 2 sides here, and then from there we just need to kind of assemble everything. So we might actually do a little bit of stitching tonight. As well as getting some backing glued on if I go that route, which I think I will. But yeah, first things first though, we should clean up. Again, if you haven't in a while, grab some water, grab a snack, take care of yourself. we're going to set most of our painted flags up to dry out of the way here. I want to be extra careful as they dry. I don't want them to get covered in burnishing gum as we do the little bit of burnishing we're going to do, so I'm going to try to avoid that. Definitely don't want to stack these until they're fully dry. Okay. That done, we can move that out of the way. Our paint's all out of the way here. You said you've eaten dinner. Definitely getting some food in you, letting that digest a little bit will definitely help. Let's see, where do I want to put this paint right now? Over here, just out of the way. Good. Glad your tummy's full. Okay. So, next thing we are going to do is start working on these chokers here. So these are going to be fun. We're going to do lace on the back of these. Kind of rock the kind of maid aesthetic here. But first thing we need to do is we actually need to burnish these edges on both these pieces. I've already taken care of the backs. We just need to get the edges. So we're gonna do that. Yeah, they should be really cute. I'm excited. Grab our burnishing gum here. And a little dauber. Set up for burnishing. Let's see. Over to my audio controls so we can mute myself a little bit if we need to. Grab our filing tool here. I think we are actually going to raise y'all up a little bit. We'll do a little more perspective here. Up there should be good for now. Just gonna give these edges a nice sand here. Just to loosen those fibers up a little bit. There we go. I'm excited for how cute these can turn out. It's just going to be kind of a game of how exactly do I want to finish them off, and I have some ideas. I have some leather here too for that. Let's see here. So for my 3/4 inch, I might do a backing like this, or get some of my softer backing, because I can trim these back down to size, but they need to be at size before I put the lace on. Because if I put the lace on and then do it, it's going to be a pain in the butt. So it's all going to be about order of operations for this one. But the first step, of course, is going to be that burnishing step. This out of the way for now. That is another project we will work on. But it is not something I want to get burnishing gum on. Same with some of our other flags over here. Make sure they're out of the way. Once the Dremel comes out, it's going to be It's gonna kind of fly everywhere, and I can direct it, but I don't want to have stuff in the way. Here we go. Mute here for just a second while the Dremel's going. It should go pretty quick. I don't have a lot of burnishing to do, but I like to save ears when I can, so I will be right back on the mic. One more side on this one to do, and then we'll do the other one. And that's all the burnishing we gotta do tonight. There we go. And we're back. Do the same thing here, just quick extend, loosen this up. This will help soften that leather edge a little bit, and will help make sure that the finished edge is nice and smooth and comfortable. Again, put our burnishing gum on, do a quick burnish here. Then we get to figure out how we're going to put these together. So the thing that I'm still working out is, in order to put a padding on like I want to, I need to have it cut to exact size before I put that lace on. Then we need to make sure all the hardware and everything is on. It's just all order of operations, and I'm not sure I've got it figured out yet. But yeah, I guess I could probably unshow my trans flag, even though it's fitting for the whole stream because I'm a trans bird. But we're not exactly painting anything anymore, so all right. I appreciate your very generous offer, Lexi. Right now, most of my prototypes are mistakes. I either keep for myself if there's something that fit or work with me, or I'm going to try to sell them at more of a discount. But happy to give them away. I'm tight on cash right now, so I got to keep that in mind too. I know. And I like giving friends free stuff. In fact, I'm hoping to be able to do some free stuff here in the stream sometime. Got some ideas that I'm working on that I'm still kind of workshopping on my Discord server. But I'm hoping once they're all worked out, we can do some cool activities and some cool like maker kind of nights, and then actually do some giveaways here on stream. That'd be something really fun. I get that. I'm the same way. I like to try to pay full price for friends, and even more if I can help it, because I like supporting friends. So I completely get that. All right. So that's burnishing done. I don't have to do any more of that for tonight. At least I don't plan on it. Now we have the fun stuff, and that's laying out the hardware of these. So let me grab some of that. So there's kind of two options that we could go with. Obviously, we could go with our spikes, do kind of a little more of like punk made, which could be fun. So that would be similar to something like this that I've got made here. I'm not feeling that though. I'm thinking probably a little more subdued. I do want a little bit of hardware on it because I think it's just gonna look nicer. So right now, what I'm thinking for these two is probably gonna be maybe something like this. We've got silver, we've got blacks, and we've got a gold here. So I just need to figure out what color I want to go with. Let's see if I can. Hi Zaris, welcome back.
Zaris needs a bird to stop
hydrated.
shrimping.
And I'm not shrimping, I actually
Zaris
just
needs
stood
you
up.
to hydrate.
The silver pop on the black does look really nice on this. Let's see if I can get y'all a little bit closer here. Yeah, so that's kind of what we're looking at. Move that over a little bit. So we've got our silvers, we've got our gold, and then we've got kind of our shiny black. I think I'm probably leaning towards the silver as well. And I'm thinking I'll probably just do one in the middle for these. I could try to do like 3 if I wanted to. Dinner was delish. I'm glad to hear it. We are just kind of putting together collars now. So let's actually grab our lace here, because this might help us make some better decisions. So this is just going to be a choker, so it's not a full like collar. I do want to do a padded collar with this, but with the lace here on either of these, let's stick out a little bit. One's all that's needed. I'm kind of agreeing with you on that. I think one in the center is definitely all that's really needed, because it's definitely not meant to be a like anchor point. It's probably mostly just going to hold a tag or a little heart or something. But I'm thinking this is probably the hardware we're going to go with, which means we just need to measure our centers. Pull everybody back up a little bit here. Here we are. Tagged collars are always good. So let's see, each one of these, we are looking at, what's the 30 mark here? So we're looking at just shy of 13 inches on this one. This one is going to be 11 inches. So for our center marks, allow me to do some form of mental math. Yeah, I can send that to you. My leatherworking one should be in my profile here on Twitch, and my personal one I can share with you later. So let's see. So we're looking at 5.5 right here. So that's our center mark. These are just short of an inch apart. Let's do a quick measurement here. Yeah, that's what I thought. So they're 3/4 of an inch from center of hole to center of hole. Just about. Yeah. So for this, we are going to flip over onto the back side here, because I don't want to mess up the front. We're looking at 13 inches there. We're looking at 6.5 is our center point. Want 3/4 of an inch between here. Complex math for a bird is not good. I'm not good at this. Let's see. My center point is exactly 1/2 inch. Oh, my brain. Be like .3. It's a, yeah, okay. Let's see. We are actually just gonna do this the easier way here. Hi, Lexi. What's up? So we're gonna cheat, because math is not my strong suit right now. We're working on the back of this piece. I am just going to mark the inside and outside edges of the circle here. There. Because now our centers are going to be right about here and right about here. All right. So, now or never, we are going to punch our holes here. Now this hardware is tiny, so let's not punch anything larger than we need. About 4 pieces here. 1, 2, 3, and 4. There we go. Okay. We are looking at probably the second smallest that I have. Yeah, I think that's going to be right on the money there. Okay. Just right there. Give it a good pinch. And right about there. Give that a good pinch. And we've got our holes. There we go. Okay. Let's see if I did this right. Did a bird do visual math better than mental math? I think we are good enough. Okay. There we are. There we go. There's our mounted hardware for this one. Just simple. We're gonna do the same thing on the other one. So again, I'm gonna mark our center here. We're at 11 inches, just about. So we're gonna mark it right at 5.5. And then I'm gonna cheat again. Really just kind of mark the outside edges here. On both sides. There we go. So our center mark is going to be right here and right there. Hey, selfie sticks are great. There we go. Okay. There we go. We got our center marks there. Put our screws in the back here. The reason I'm doing all of this right now, instead of later on in the assembly process, is because I actually want to put a backing on these. And in order to do that, I want to make sure that this hardware is back there. Or rather, I want the backing to cover the hardware, so it doesn't look like there's any screws or anything back there. There we go. And there we go. Okay. 2 good, simple pieces that I think are going to look really, really cute when they're on their lace here. Okay. Now, we get the harder part of figuring out backing that we want to do for these. Ours is 44% borb. Not a bad borb percentage. Could be higher, but you just started watching again, so I understand. Let's see. Hi. Yeah, we are assembling, we're assembling some chokers. So, let's see here. What backing do I want to do? Probably gonna be this. Alright, so the hard part here is that I need to sandwich my lace with this, so I can't just like glue it down and cut it out like I would normally. I'm gonna have to actually cut it down to 1 inch first, and then go from there. This is largely scrap from another project, so I'm not worried about using it. Let's get close to our length just so we don't have to worry about that. There we go. Zaris, you're a puppy if you're asking about puppies. Okay, so we want to do... Where's my ruler? There we go. We want to cut this down to about 1 inch. Back as close as we can get to 1 inch as possible. Here we go. So I'm just going to make a bunch of markings here. It should help tell me where my 1 inch line is, so that when I go back through with the ruler, use a bigger one for this, I can mark it and make my cuts. Get my stuff moved over here. So this is a... Saturn does have her own command involving puppies. Yeah, so these are actually pretty short chokers. These are only about 13 inches. But I'm basing my sizing on general averages for neck lengths. Since these are chokers and not like full collars like I usually make, their sizing's a little bit simplified. But I do have full sizing. I do try to always make sure I'm inclusive in that, so I do have some of my other chokers that are actually, you know, full. Let's see here. There we go. So these would be a full-size choker that would probably fit a larger neck. So you do want to have nice, consistent sizing, but these are just happen to be 2 spare pieces I had left over that I'm like, I want to do something fun with them. So that's why we're adding lace. Okay. Make sure you're lined up here best as we can be. There's our line. Probably just shouldn't have even moved that, but here we are. So I'll also use this as my cutting mark. Once I find my X-Acto, which is right here. I'm just a burb. I don't know. I don't know. I can't answer that question. Go. Because this leather is so soft, I'm going to try to support it on both sides as I can. Because otherwise it'll start to shift and move underneath. Stretch a little bit. And we really don't want that. Go. Should be pretty close to the size we're looking for here. In fact, I'd say that's pretty much spot on. We have almost no overlap here, but we're not too small anywhere either. I would call that good. It is the estrogen. You know what? I'll agree with that. Estrogen does a lot. Okay, so we've got one here. This is good. And we will glue that on here in just a second. But first, I want to cut down my 3/4 inch because we have this piece here. We might as well use it. So we're going to do the same thing. So we're going to go to the 3/4 inch mark. Right here. This side right here. We're just going to go down the line, measure that same mark. Go. Looking pretty good there. There you are, Zaris. Brains are just really bad at seeing and recognizing your own prettiness. All right, be a little bit harder because this ruler is wanting to move on me. Go slow. Make sure we're providing support on both sides. Really just kind of hoping we're getting the cut we need here. I expect this one's going to be a little bit messier. This is something I would love to do in the strap cutter, but this leather is so soft that the strap cutter does not like working with it. So there we go. Zaris for a while now. Let's see. There we go. I think we're looking good. I think these will work on both fronts. I'm going to take probably this end of this padding because it seems like it's just a little bit better sized. This other one is just a little bit larger. Cut that down a little bit. Ends I'm not really worried about. I can come back in and cut those. I really just need to have padding ready, which I think I do. Yep, this is Donkey Kong, or like a lo-fi version. Okay, so now we have everything ready so that we can do a nice glue up. And hopefully make something really pretty. I'm going to go ahead and cut a big chunk of our excess off of here as well. Maybe half an inch, maybe a little bit less, just so we have some excess to work with if we need. Grab our glue here. We should probably get a little bit of a drop cloth, table drop here. We can use our drop mat since this is not big. And time to break out the respirator. If I can remember where I put it. I hung it up, of course. Okay. Alright, now that I'm all muffled and can't speak well, we are going to work on getting these glued up. So the first thing I want to do, I think, is going to be gluing the back of this, mostly because this is the most stable surface. We're going to do that. We're going to put our lacing lined up to the center on the back here. And then from there, we are going to add our padding on the back. I don't know if it's going to need a second glue up between the lace. I'm hoping some of it kind of sticks through the lace, but I really don't know because I've never tried this before. So this is a new process for me. Hold this really gently. I'm going to spread some of this out. I wish I didn't have to have the hardware on already, so I could just lay this flat. But putting the hardware on before gluing is really going to make a nicer finished product here. And that's what I'm going for. There we go. Put that over. Get a nice layer of glue on here. Don't want to overfill it. That end is a little full, so we're just going to wipe some of that down. Now, the harder part, laying our lace, which I am not sure the best way to go about this, so we are going to kind of just wing it. I really want the best way to hold this. Let's see here. I need like a third hand. Alright, this is not going to be super great on camera, but I think we can make it work. Gonna have to get that center line right. We're just going to work it down very loosely at the start. The thought is, I want to make sure my line's right before I stick everything down. Just like so. There we go. Here are a couple nice taps to kind of help the glue get into that lace where I want it. Now, we have lace attached. Now I'm going to do a little more glue on the backing, the padding here. And we are just going to kind of give this a nice coating. Again, I'm not trying to go for too much glue here. Really just kind of want a nice, easy, tacky layer so that I can line this up as perfectly as possible. And honestly, for the next one, I think we'll do this in reverse. I might do the padding first, lay the lace onto that, and then do the top bit. Because I think that might actually be the easier solution here. Maybe. We'll see. either way, we'll figure it out together and know how to do it from here on out. I mean, look, that's the word for it. It's backing. I could try backing. Would that be better? Okay. Just gonna lay this down. My biggest concern here is making sure that it is lined up all the way through. And once this is down, it's gonna be pretty permanent. I'll be able to work on it a little bit, but there's not that much I can do. I think I'll pull the lace forward here, see if I can't line up these edges a little bit better. There. Okay. That might be about as good as it gets. Which, admittedly, is pretty good. I'm actually pretty pleased with that. From here, cut off the excess at the end. Just like so. We're going to set that aside to dry a little bit. Thank you. I think that looks pretty good. I think I got a pretty even coverage on that too, so I am feeling good about this. Again, hopefully I'm fairly audible and at least understandable. I know, I know speaking through a respirator is not always the easiest. What I should do is I should get my, I need to get my PNG tuber a respirator as well. That'd be cute. Might have to make that at some point. I'm glad you can hear me. That's really good. Okay, we're gonna set that aside. Let that dry for now. Now, this time we're gonna try the backing first. Thank you. I'm glad you guys like it. I'm actually pleased with how that turned out myself. So I've been worried about this one since I thought about it a few days ago, and this is giving me a little more confidence. That might be a danger. I get a little too confident here and kind of mess this one up, but we'll see. If we do, we do. Nothing wrong with that. Bob Ross would say it's just going to be a happy little accident. And if I can make myself be a streamer that is even remotely attuned to Bob Ross, you know, a bird Ross, if you will, I will be very pleased with that. That is absolutely a vibe I can live with. Okay. Gonna gently paint this on. Make sure we have a nice even coverage here. There we go. This backing's gonna be nice. Just like that. This time we're going to take our lace and we're going to use the backing here as our guide. See if that makes things any easier. We just need to kind of make sure that center line stays pretty well in the middle. The backing's a little bit tricky because it's a little more flexible. So if I'm not careful, it could be a little bent underneath, and that's going to kind of throw my lacing off a little bit. But I think we've got this. There we go. All right, nice and laid. Set that aside for a moment while we glue up our next piece here. Well, I'm glad y'all are watching. Not sure who Ruffles is. I don't think I've met Ruffles. But thank you for hanging out this evening. I appreciate it. Alright, just gonna paint this on. The same kind of method we did for the first one. Oh yeah, no, I've met Ruffles. I know Ruffles. Okay. There we go. That's one half. Let's just make sure it's nice and even. We want to go all the way to the edge if we can. That's going to give us a better hold on the glue here. Let's see. Hold this just like I did last time. Put a little bit more glue on. Just give this a gentle paint. There we go. Just like that. Let's set our glue aside here and pull our backing back into frame. We are just going to try to lay it down nice and even. Just like so. Again, I apologize if my hand's in the way. I am trying to see as clearly as everybody else here. There we go. Just like that. Add a nice firm press. Kind of get it stuck in place here. Just like that. Esper, have a lovely evening. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Get some rest. Have a good day tomorrow. And we'll see you next time. Now, for here, glue's probably done. Go ahead and give this end a trim just to get everything down to size. Just like that. Give this another trim. Just like that. Now we'll let this dry like the other one. We can actually bring the other one back out here. It should start to be pretty well firm now, which is exactly what we want. All right, and my fan's doing a good job. So I can take off the respirator since we are done gluing. Here we go. We have two really lovely lace trimmed chokers now, which I think are going to look really cute. Now, the next step would normally just be like put the end pieces on. However, in this case, we are going to let these dry for a little bit because I actually want to stitch these. So I want to do a stitch line all the way around and finish them off. That way the stitches will for sure hold that lace in nice and tight. and it'll just kind of look nicer. Now I'm realizing I should have probably done my stitch line, my actual like mark line, before I did all of this, but once the glue dries, I should be pretty comfortable to come in and make it myself afterwards. So for now, we are going to set these aside, let them continue to dry, probably do that overnight, and we will return to these chokers to finish them off completely, maybe next time, or I might do it off stream, we'll see. However, now we can shift gears here. Let's see, where are we going next? Next up, we can actually work on some of our, we can actually kind of do a couple of things. We can either cut some more infinity cuffs, which is something that I have been wanting to do. So this is my infinity cuff design. We worked on this on stream, and I really like how it turned out. I just added this buckle here, which is a little bit different than it was last time. I think last time we saw it, it had this piece on, so just your standard buckle. I swapped it out because the ladder buckle here, the slide buckle, I think is what it's actually called, gives us an additional, like, not an additional use, but I think it looks nicer when we use it for what we're going to use it for, which is cuffs. It still works just the same as a bracelet, so to show, you know, you can still put it on, you just slide it through just like this. Of course, doing this one-handed is always a fun, and doing it under the pressure of trying to do it on stream is fun. But generally, you are just going to be sliding. Oh my gosh. There we go. We're just going to do it this way. Just going to be sliding the tail end of the buckle through here one time, and then it goes around again. And you can tighten it to your content and wear it like a standard chunky bracelet. This is kind of the standard route. Now, with the other buckle here, we could use it as a cuff, but one side of our cuff would have the finished leather on the outside. The other side would have to have it on the finished side on the inside of the cuff. And I wasn't a fan of that. I think it would actually be like this. It would look like that, so it would buckle, and it'd look nice, but this is an unfinished side of leather that I don't think looks super great. This particular leather, it looks fine, but on most pieces of leather, it's not ideal. Like, it's usually a rougher end, doesn't look as nice. So by adding this as a slide buckle, I'm now able to put it through like this, put it back through, and now we have a set of cuffs that has the finished end on either side. So just for the example here, finish that, you've got a set of cuffs on both sides that work pretty nicely. And then we've got our D-ring on this side that also makes for a nice anchor point and a very lovely chunky bracelet. So that's why I like this. I got a few of these different slide buckles that I think will look good. So we are going to cut out a few more of these. Probably going to do it in our black leather. In this case, I don't have any pre-made black leather, so we are going to cut it out of our raw leather, and we'll just dye it back. Now, as I say this, I'm realizing that I probably don't want to do this tonight, just because I've got a lot of paint stuff up here. I've got my drying, pride flags over here. I've got drying pieces everywhere else, and I don't really have a good place to put them that isn't on this desk. So I think I might actually shift gears here. I do want to come back to these, but we can do these, Wednesday, Thursday this week. So I think right now we are actually going to shift gears and jump into working on my next little bit of pride pieces that I've started to do, and I just need to finish. So let me get that over. Since it's our first day of pride, we're going to start by looking at this. Now, this might be a little hard to see when it's just all the way down the table. You can see the pattern though throughout. So this is just my silver pen. I've been marking it, but you'll also see that I've also gone through and go focus and do this. I believe in you. Yeah, there we go. Mostly. You'll see that I've got cut lines that follow these markings. I want to make a really pretty like drip paint collar. So one half of this is going to be black. I'm actually going to dye the whole thing black, but then I'm going to paint over on these lines, which is why I'm marking them and actually cutting them. I'm going to paint the lines in a rainbow paint. So we will do a whole slew of paints here and make a really pretty, hopefully a really pretty collar that looks like it's got dripped paint in a rainbow color pattern. So I got through my markings here. So we are going to start by pulling my silver pen back out, and we are going to finish the line on this strap, and then we might give it a quick dye so that we can get it to black and then let it dry. And at that point, I think we might call it for the night. I might switch over to some bear and breakfast and just kind of wind down. Just because it's a good stopping point, and I've been going for almost 4 hours already. So we will, I'm gonna try to finish the rest of this strap here, just to get these markings done, and we'll try to dye them out, and then we'll see how I'm doing, and if I want to do a little bit of a game to wrap up. But yeah, hopefully y'all are still having a good evening and enjoying your time. I appreciate that you choose to spend it here. I hope this is the vibe that you've been looking for. Good. I am super glad to hear that. Zaris, I think you were out to dinner. What is your favorite bird of paradise? Get our camera down a little bit closer here. Hopefully y'all can see this a little bit better. Just wonder if pulling that light off might help. I'm glad to hear that, Lexi. It's always fun hanging out here, and definitely nice to be able to do this since I don't live in the area anymore. It's just nice to hang out and catch up sometimes. good. Just a little bit longer. This is probably more than I need to. Just because, like, I'm just gonna go all the way through because I don't know how long I want to make this collar. And I'd rather have excess when I cut it down to size than need more. Zaris, what is that? What is Bloomborough Commander? Oh, is this the... Let's see. Okay. It's a little bit longer. Oh, you asked for your favorite bird of paradise. I feel like I'm missing a reference here. Hold on. Let me check something. Oh my gosh. Incredible. Incredible. Okay. That's our line made. Now, I'm gonna grab my swivel knife here. Grab my swivel knife. I don't know how visible this is gonna be. I think my best bet is actually going to be taking y'all to a different position here. Let's see here. I'm gonna do this. I think I might have slightly better view like that, perhaps. Find the end of my line here. A little too close here. Let's see if that works a little bit better. I'm really just gonna follow this line the best of my abilities. If I don't get it perfectly, that's fine. This line is going to be covered up in the end. This is just giving me a physical marking that I'll be able to see even after the black dye has been added, which will give me a line to paint to when I'm hand painting this. How's that looking? Can y'all see that all right? I think it's visible. not looking at my computer right now, so I'm not 100% sure. My chat's on a different monitor. You thought that was the Good Eats intro? Alright, good. I'm glad y'all can see it alright. So I've seen a collar like this before by another leather worker, and I've always been like curious how it's done, if it was actually done with like real paint drips or painted on by hand. And I kind of assumed it was done by hand after looking at it at one point, but then I put it off and just didn't do it because I was like, how would I make this look clean? How could I make the drops feel intentional in the design? If I'm just painting onto a black backdrop, I just don't trust my own instinct in the moment. And then I finally decided to do this. And lo and behold, I looked up the artist who did it. I looked up the leather worker who did it. Cairo Steel. Beautiful leather worker. I love the work that's done. Cairo's lovely. But I was also just like, okay, well, let me see what they did again. After I started carving this, I was like, let me see how they did it, if I'm doing something similar. And I went and looked on their site and found the collar again, and they just hand painted it straight on. I'm like, so I'm doing a whole extra level of precision and perfectionism in this one. Probably giving myself more work, but I think the end result is going to look really good. At least I hope it will. So it just cracks me up. Yeah, the swivel knife is a really cool tool. It does a good job of pretty precision cutting. And it's a great tool for tooling. So if I wanted to, and we might do this, I could come in here, now that I've made these cuts, and actually tool some of this leather, make it something really, really special. Give the drops of paint that I want to do, so like that rainbow paint, give it some real 3D effect because we've done this process. So we might do that. We'll see if see how pressured I am to finish this or not before the market. I'd like to have it done relatively soon because I think it'd be a really cool pride piece, just as a showcase item. It's certainly not one I will do often because of the work entailed, at least not to this level. But it's always fun to challenge yourself a little bit. I think like my Trans Pride collar I made last year around the day of Trans Day of Visibility, I think this will be a similar thing, where it's just going to be a good showpiece. And whoever buys it, I hope will really, really love it. Okay, stretch my hand a little bit. Get a swig of Mountain Dew. Gotta keep my energy up. Couple more turns, we're almost there. I went a little off course there, but that's okay. We can fix that. You don't have to stay on the line, just need to be close. Okay, nearly to the end here. And again, I don't think this will go all the way to the end. I think I'm going to cut it back for the actual collar piece. But I'd rather have this all done in case I decide to. Good there. Oh, so close. Just a couple more lines to do. Go. Okay. That is done. And I think it looks pretty good. Gives us some nice parts to work with. I will go in and add a couple just drops here. Just to fill in some of the spots here. I think that looks pretty good. We are going to move our camera a little bit. Probably going to get out my full drop cloth, and we are going to do a quick stain to get this just coated in black. And then we are probably going to call it. I'm fairly tired. We've been going for a little bit, so probably got about maybe 15-20 minutes left on the stream. And then we will raid out to someone fun, whoever's online that we can find. It'll be good to raid to. But let's get this dyed first before we do anything else. Oh, there we go. Okay. So much stuff on my... I know. I would love to go longer too. I am just feeling a migraine coming on, I have learned that stopping while I'm ahead, or rather before my head gets too bad, is generally a good call for this. So that's what we're going to do. But we're not quite there yet. Okay, we'll grab our drop cloth and lay this out. Cover all of our other stuff safely here. And turn y'all a little bit. Put y'all back to nice 45 degrees. Not the prettiest view, but it should work just fine for what we're doing. Let's grab our black dye here, move our paints that were on top of it away, and let's grab sponges here. Yeah, that'll do. Sponge. Some of our black water dye. So I've been using this little dauber in the past. For this one, we can go a little bit faster if I use my sponge, and I actually think we'll get a better coverage that way. One thing we are going to do is we are going to make sure our leather is wet. It's going to take that dye in a lot more readily if we do. I just walked out to the rest of the house to just rinse this leather, get it a little bit wet here in the sink, and it is so much cooler than it is in this room. Holy smokes. Okay, so here's our leather. Flip it over, do the back side first. Start way back on this end. It's kind of under the camera. You're probably not going to see too much of it. See a little bit from the top down, but start here. We just want to be very generous about this. You just want to make sure that it's nice and even. Less important on the back side. We just want to make sure it soaks in. On the front, though, we want to make sure this is a good, even, and smooth coat here. So we'll go through over a few times. We're going to try to make sure we're doing the same kind of orientation as we go. Just going to help keep any visible dye lines that we might have a little less noticeable. There we go. It's as simple as that. Dyeing is not super difficult for this sort of like veg tan leather. And we'll get a better view here. Yeah, with the black on, you can kind of see with the glare a little bit. Let's see if I can adjust these lights here. Just a little bit closer, maybe. A little bit. We could see it a little better earlier. but you can kind of see those the markings that I put in are still visible, even though the silver pen is gone, which is really what I wanted. This gives me a line to paint through. Now, with that said, we just got to let it dry. We're going to start wrapping up and getting everything kind of tidied up here. Still be on for a few more minutes while I do that. We are also going to change our cameras a little bit. Holy smokes, you can't see anything right now. I love it. We'll zoom out here a little bit, get stuff out of the camera's way. Let's do 70, raise it. Ah, Oebo, 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 Oebo. There we go. See some of what we did. Add our, just for visual effect here, we'll add some of our lace chokers back in. See kind of what we accomplished tonight. I think it looks pretty good. Very Oebo. Let's put the rest of this stuff up. Right. Sweet, sweet bird song. I feel like I need to turn that one up. Alright, let's try to find somebody who can read fast, for those of us that are still. Oh, that's an easy one. We're gonna go raid Lycaios. She's raided us before, so we're gonna go do that. Say hi, let her know what we've been working on, and yeah, thanks y'all for hanging out. It was a lovely, lovely stream. We're going to go ahead and give this, yep, we're gonna go ahead and raid now.
Presently happening, not with an OnlyFans star, but with a drag queen. There's a drag queen. Pretty said to raid. Hi, Gettin, welcome in, and Birdie, it's good to see you. How are you doing?
Doing good. How are you?
Hi, welcome in. I'm working on a wooden carnation. How's it going?
Ooh,
and hi, Raiders.
Really
For those of you who
pretty.
haven't met me, my name is Lycaios. I'm a variety VTuber. I do a mix of crafting and gaming things, working on the wooden carnation today, playing some Mina the Hollower on Wednesday. How are you doing, Birdie? What are you up to? Or what were you up to, rather? We were just talking about, region